Hello. I'm still finishing up some small things real quick. I'll get to coloring. Guys, I should probably share with people that I'm streaming. Okay, that feels like that should be good. Where did I put my OBS window? Alright, let's see about getting some other stuff. Okay, that's been updated. What was I gonna do? Oh, right, I need to get rid of that. And get stuff ready. Oh, more specifically, I need to connect my iPad. So you guys can actually see what I'm drawing. Otherwise, this would potentially be a very boring, very boring stream. Okay. Oh, you know what else might help? If on my OBS I had opened up my window capture. There we go. There we are. And why is that like that? Oh, that's not. Mm. No. Oh my god, how did that happen? Alright, hold on a second. Oh, that's the worst. Oh, that is the absolute worst. Okay, somehow, like, I thought I had left it just zoomed out. No, it decided that that page needed to. Okay, no, that's fine. That's an easy fix. I just need to. Oh well, it's Thursday. So it's bound to happen. I just need to send that to myself again real quick. So you guys don't need to see any of that. You don't need to see what my email is. Or any of that stuff for that matter. While I quickly resend that one image to myself is the one time where I'd already deleted all that stuff off of like my email. I was like, I'm not gonna need this anymore. I never do. Um, Keeping this just always like backs up my stuff. And, I don't need to waste any like email savings like storage space on that. No siree, Bob. That's all right. Of all the things that could have happened, well, this is obviously not preferred. It's not the worst thing that could have happened. And like I said, it's an easy fix. So I just need to fix it the sneaky way. Because you guys don't need to see that part. Alright, before I make my screen visible again. Yeah, okay. Yep, nope, there it is. Just sans all the other edits that I had already made because somehow. Alright, well that's fine. I'll just delete that one. And what a way to start the second stream. Uh-huh. We're starting off the bat with technical difficulties. Let's try not to do that again. Right? I'm not even 100% sure how that happened. Well, let's try to avoid that from happening again. Let's try and keep that. Goodness. Aren't I a mess? That's okay. It's all good. Keeping with the trend of not being too hard on myself. Or not being so hard on myself this year. And yeah. I forgot to share that I'm streaming again. somewhere else. No, that's not what I wanted to type. I would appreciate it if you typed what I wanted to type. There we go. There we go. Magical. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Oh no, an artist that I like to watch is also streaming. That's I mean that's great, that's fine. Not mad at that at all. No, seriously not. Just a little disappointed. My screen went to sleep. A little disappointed that I don't get to watch it, but that's okay. That's okay. I'll follow their channel. And we'll catch them on another one. Because now I have notifications. Because I have followed them. Alright. Alright. We're oh my goodness. Alright. Well then. Cool. Awesome. Alright, let's just pretend all of that didn't happen. That's not the pen that I want to use. I want to use that. I want to use syrup. It is one of my favorite inking pens to use. That comes on Procreate. The syrup pen, because it matched, to me it feels like it matches a lot of my brushes that I already use. And or at least it matches well with the fact that I ink traditionally and then I ink traditionally and then I come back and clean stuff up digitally. Because I have a problem with zooming in, which a lot of people also have a problem with. It's the advantage to digital stuff is that you can zoom in very closely. The disadvantage is that you can zoom in very closely. And I've been guilty of this where I will sit there and I will fuss over stuff that no one but me would ever notice in a million years, and then hours have gone by and I've wasted my day and my time for something that no one else would ever actually pick up on or see. Especially since like I know there's rereading and stuff, but I know I'm guilty of it when I read comics. I don't always sit and take in the art on the page. Sometimes until like my second read through. And so I try to give myself grace as an artist because it's like you yourself don't even sit there and read or notice some of the things that you're giving yourself grief for when you read stuff. So why are you going to hold yourself to a higher standard or to such an impossible standard? You know, one of those perspective things. So yeah, so I ink traditionally and then try to and then we'll come in and clean things up. Digitally. Yeah, sometimes you just got sometimes some things get missed, like how this hand is far too large. Uniform. For the way that I drew it. Like, there we go. That's more in proportion with his body and with everything else. Like, yes, sweeping dramatic motion, but also um, his hand isn't going to be so ridiculously larger. So stuff like that. Obviously, once I've inked it traditionally, you can't really go back and fix it unless I want to start all over on the page, and you don't want to. Currently trying to remember what I already fixed on the other page before I somehow saved it in the weird state that I did. While also acknowledging that if I can't remember some of the changes that I did, they probably weren't as big of a deal as I thought they were at the time. Which is good. Don't know how I missed that last time. But yeah, I typically do all of my inking traditionally. And I also like that better. I like getting to play with brush pens and everything. And I like the texture that it brings to the drawings even after I scan them digitally. I do know that I fixed his mouth because I didn't like the way that it was. I didn't like the way it was doing stuff. Grumpy face. And sometimes I do stuff like this where I realize maybe we hint a little more that there's we know there's a second hand back there, but maybe we hint at it a bit better. it to because it's supposed to be like that. There we go. That looks good. Actually, I'm gonna. Nope. Fix this line real quick. There you go. That looks good. I like that. I want to do real quick is I set down my pencil and completely. Oh, screen went dark. That's not helpful. Sorry. Okay. That's nope. Oh, just remembered I spent time making the swirl look really cool. I'm kind of sad that I messed up the other page. Oh, I really liked how it came out too. It's okay. We can rebuild it. And if I thought about it before I deleted the other one, I would have copied and pasted it over here, but that's okay. I can do it again. I can do it again. Why is my phone buzzing? I know. I don't remember how early into my last or how late into my last video I mentioned it. Um, but I didn't. I think I mentioned that I was planning on exporting these streams once they were done to YouTube, since they'll only hang around here. Twitch for the time being for 7 days because of me not being like partnered or part of Turbo or whatever jazz. So I did get that set up, and the previous stream is already up over there on YouTube, so it's Art by QB over there as well. So if you want the streams just on in the background as like a little something to keep you company, or you don't get around to watching them right after they happen or whatever, you can always go rewatch them on YouTube. They'll be over there. Will I be posting anything else to YouTube? For the time being, I'm gonna say no. I I don't I don't foresee that happening right now. Um, maybe in the future, maybe if I get around to it or feel like doing doing YouTube videos or something like that. But right now, I think I'm just going to use it as like a VOD bank. So people can go over there and, like I said, rewatch the stream once they're done, and I'll try and get them, obviously, get them uploaded before Twitch deletes them. So within about a week or so of them being done, obviously within the 7 days. And then if by chance I end up, hitting all of the benchmarks and stuff for getting them to be up here longer and stuff, I'm still gonna upload them to YouTube, and whatnot. So As I think I mentioned in the last stream, I'm not super concerned with getting partner, getting all that other stuff through Twitch. Literally, my goal for this year was just to get back to streaming because I missed it. I missed getting to, draw and have this sort of time with everybody. So I wanted to get back to a place where I could do that. And also get a chance to, have a secondary sort of chance to interact with people outside of just, Facebook or Instagram or those smaller social media pages, stuff like that. So, what better way to do that than with streams? And yeah, even I made my little PNG person of me and probably the three gremlins that are going to be interrupting the streams the most, if I'm completely honest. I don't know why I didn't color his lip. There we go. Because I also didn't want to. I don't know. I've joked about it with other friends, but since the start of the pandemic, I keep having these moments where it's just like I want to be out there, but I also don't want. I do not want to be perceived. Has been the long running joke. So instead of you guys just staring at a background that I had made, I figure let's make a me. Let's make a small me, and then I don't have to worry about camera stuff. I don't have to worry about I don't have to worry about being presentable, air quotes presentable on camera. Because I'll always be presentable because my little sprite version of myself will be always appropriately put together and surrounded by her scrungly little minions. But yeah, that was just it was one of those things where I was just like, I don't know, being on camera. I don't really feel like being on camera anymore. I didn't, to be completely honest, I didn't really feel like being on camera. I didn't like the idea very much of being on camera. When I first started trying to stream, I just decided to push through it and try and kind of get over it. And everything, and just be like, look, if this is something that you want to do, like, you're gonna have to push yourself out of your comfort zone. And so I did it. Now I at least have one of the old streams saved on my computer. Will it ever see the light of day? I don't know. But yeah, I do like that one because I was feeling particularly snazzy. I think it was around Christmas time or something. I was wearing my skull Christmas sweater, and I think I had done. I think we were going to do pictures around the Christmas tree later, or like a Christmas card or whatever. Um, it was definitely in December because I had also done. I decided to go ahead and do my makeup early so that I could just have that on there, and I wouldn't have to put it on later when we decided to do the pictures. And so I'm sitting there streaming with a full face, a full face of makeup, looking absolutely adorable. Always look adorable. Um, but yeah, but the having a little avatar there also frees me up from having to from feeling like I have to, because obviously none of it's mandatory. Feeling like I have to look up at the actual camera from time to time to, like, I guess, quote unquote, see things, see people, have people see me. Now I'm making unblinking eye contact with you through my avatar. Isn't that great? Isn't technology wonderful? Oh, I could have. It's fine. Oh, that's why my phone is buzzing. There are so many notifications that are happening right now. Like, what? Why is my phone so? Doop, 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 doop. Just a little bit. No one will notice, but I will notice, and that's why I want to fix it. This is the ever-present struggle that I have, if I'm completely honest. Like, no one but me is gonna know, but I'm gonna know it's there. I'm gonna know it's slightly off. I'm gonna know it's slightly wonky in a way that I wouldn't be happy with. And so I need to fix it. I guess I'm not really off the color of these. I don't usually, or at least I haven't. Well, that's not completely true. I was gonna say I don't usually put him in dark colored shirts. It's not completely true because in a different short, he's wearing like a black shirt with, or a black top that has like a secondary layer that's supposed to be like see-through. But I've just colored it just straight black. I forgot to color his hand there. That's a part of flesh that needs to be colored. Yeah, with the value fixed, with the value that I usually color him at, I kind of avoided making his top dark colors. I think because I'm just kind of worried it'll wash him out a bit. I usually leave that for like his pants. Which, now that I've said it out loud, doesn't fully make sense. But I guess because there's not as much skin showing as there is like near his face, it feels different. Okay, that makes sense. There we go. It's better. Why would I? I'm smart. Notice that, but I will. Oh. Nope. Third time's a charm. There we go. What's that whole part of it? There we go. That still reads. That still reads the way that it needs to do. Oop. There we go. That'll work. So many serious expressions on this page. I need the color of the walls. What's that color? That's a bit better. He's supposed to be narrowing his eyes. There we go. That looks better. I just had a super trippy moment. No audio. What? Okay. Okay. You seem to fix it. It's very low though. Okay. I mean, that's fine. I wonder if I just stay quiet too long, it's just not gonna pick up the music, which is also fine. It's not the worst thing. But I just figure if I'm not saying anything, it might be pretty boring. I'm actually going to stand up and do a stretch break real quick. And I'm going to top off my water. Okay, is my voice just audible or is the music just audible? That's both. Well, that's fair. That's fair. Guess I'm not speaking particularly loudly. Hmm. Interesting. That might be something I have to fuss around with later in settings. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Okay. I'm actually gonna. Where's I think? I'm gonna hide this real quick. Throw this up here. I need to get you an articulated arm so you can have the mic closer to you, but not on the desk. I mean, I can move it closer, right now because I have actually. Well, okay, we can try that one too. I'm gonna say I'm cleaning some stuff off of my desk earlier so that I could work on a project that I was working on. I am going to take a quick stretch break because, according to the clock, I've been here for about an hour. I need to stretch because sitting still is not healthy. So I'm gonna stretch and I'm gonna go run and top off my water bottle real quick, and I will be right back. Yeah, I'll be right back. Right. Okay. Nope. That's brilliant. That's brilliant. Let's kick over the water bottle. I didn't, but I almost did. It's the danger. Nothing more terrifying than just, potentially knocking over a liquid near a bunch of electronics. I also came back with a snack. A snack of champions, Teddy Grahams. Alright. We're gonna get rid of that one. And we're gonna reconnect my iPad. Okay. There we go. That would have been hilarious for you guys to come back and see. Potentially. I don't know. Accidentally auto-filled something with color. Or bucket filled it, rather. I did not need color. Okay, no, that's gonna bother me. I need to fix that. Now that I've seen it, I can't unsee it. We're gonna grab that real quick. And we're just gonna shift it down ever so slightly. Ever so slightly. Because it's bothering me. I think about right there is where it needs to be. One of those moments where it's like his eyes looked kind of wonky. The extra trippy part is that I'm now seeing this on like 3 to 4 different screens. So for me, this is extra odd. Especially once I notice something, it's like, does it look like that big of a deal? And the answer is yes. At least it's a big enough deal for me. And that's what matters. Now, gotta go to my grays. I want a darker gray. That might be too dark. And there's a brush that aha, there it is. That is the one I want. Trust the process. I know what I'm doing. I need to switch to a different eraser for this. But I like using this brush because it makes I discovered in a different comic short that I was working on, Odds and Ends, if I remember correctly. It makes, at least in my opinion, a very nice tree brush. Like, it's really kind of perfect for that amorphous foliage that's kind of like coming through a window, or that you'd see through a window. And so I like to use it for that specifically. And it's another base brush that comes in Procreate. Like, most of the brushes that I use are base brushes that are already, whoop, I almost got messy, that are already available inside of Procreate. There are some that I have gotten, and I'm still experimenting with, or that I have purchased from other artists, who make brush packs or individual brushes themselves, because I erased that for a reason, that I enjoy, but most of the time, nine times out of 10, I use a lot of the base brushes and then just use them in whatever way is most convenient at the time. And voila, we have a tree. We have a tree in the background of okay. Just so that the window doesn't look as empty. See? I feel like it makes it makes one of those nice subtle differences. Because there is going to be a speech bubble. Well, there's going to be quite a few speech bubbles on this page. So if stuff in the window gets covered, it's actually not that huge of a deal. Because again, it's going to get covered. It was going to get covered anyway. But but yeah, it's also not one of those things where it's like I've spent hours painstakingly rendering this tree only for, you know, not to come out the way that I wanted. Or for it to be covered by the speech bubbles. Which you shouldn't do anyway. You should plan out your stuff accordingly. Because nothing sucks more than spending lots of time on art that you've worked really hard on, only to find out that it's going to be covered by other stuff that is equally important, but that you just kind of didn't think about. Let's see if yep, nope, I have too many. Okay. See if I can. No, I'm not going to be able to do that one because there's a gap there. How about here? Nope. See, so it's not a problem per se, but the way that I like to the way that I like to do my lines means that there are gaps in some places, and sometimes doing like what I'm doing right now, the sort of autofill stuff, it doesn't always work. So sometimes I have to spend a lot more time erasing than I would care for, but that's okay. It's not the worst thing. Getting no sound again. I think it's just because when I'm not talking, yeah, I was gonna say like I think ever so slightly the microphone is picking up on the audio, but because it's so brief, when it hits one of the um when one of the beats hits in the music, like my my avatar's reacting, but because when I'm speaking and it actually lasts longer, that's when it actually can pick it up on the microphone. I think right now, just with the way settings are, like it's if there's like a particularly staccato moment, it'll bounce, but it's not actually registering the sound since it doesn't last that long. So I look like I'm just sitting there bebopping and having a good time. Yeah, I'm sure it will be. Um, and I'm sure we had that set up when I was streaming a long time ago. Um, but I'm not too fussed about it right this second. Like I can iron it out later. Like I said, the main goal right now is just to get back to streaming in general. So we can we can suss out all of those tech issues and stuff. Um, for future streams. But yeah, I think that's what it is. I think ever so slightly, like the mic is picking up either on like a particular note that's hitting from the music or a very faint sound that I'm making at my desk while I'm doing something. But because I'm not actually speaking, it's not picking up any of the other stuff, which it's fine. It's fine. I just realized that I didn't give Imshin eyebrows in the last panel. Like I know his face is hidden by his hands, but I feel like he should still he should probably still have eyebrows. Or an eyebrow. That is the wrong brush. Okay, no, I need to go back to one so everybody can keep their crisp edge. There we go. That's better. There we go. Eyebrows! Expressive eyebrows. When you talk about my eyebrows disappear when I cover part of my face with my hands. You know what? You don't get sassy with me. Don't don't be sassy. don't don't be that guy. I mean, I suppose depending on how you're choosing to cover your face with your hands, then yes, no one would be able to see your eyebrow. But in this particular instance, the way that he's doing it, should be able to see his eyebrow, or at least part of it. Nose. Are you okay? No, that was just something sitting on top of the screen. It's like, are you on the iPad or are you a mark on the canvas? You know, sometimes you can't tell. Right. And then sometimes stuff like that happens, and you don't realize that you made a mark on the camera. There were like his nose was not looking as broad as I would have liked because of the shadow. Need to. There we go. Pick that up just a little bit. No, erase. Everybody's so grumpy on this page. Nothing but grumpy faces left and right. I already colored them. Wait, dang it. There we go. I definitely filled that in. And I did. I just also accidentally undid it. Tuna, what are you doing? Is steadily drawing closer to 3 o'clock, which means chances are they're gonna start acting up. Chances are high that I will be visited by 3 furry creatures begging for sustenance long before it is time for them to actually eat dinner. I don't know, they might behave today. Right, the window. I have to put shadows on the window because I drew a window here like a smart person. I was like, windows. It'd be cool to have like part of a window hanging out behind him. In the room they're in. Have that window there. Add a little more visual interest. Never mind the fact that I'm the one that's gonna color later. If you were here for last stream, though, that's nothing new for me because I was talking about how I gave one character in my webcomic Heat. Like thankfully she's, I mean, as much as I enjoyed drawing her, thankfully this particular character was a side character. It is not someone who is going to be showing up with any sort of sense of like continued regularity. So thankfully for about, I think, the maybe 12 pages that she was there for, that those were the pages that she showed up for, because I will admit my own faults and I over designed her and I gave her so many facial piercings, and actually curtailed myself because I was like, no. She's got plenty of eyebrow piercing. She's got her nose pierced. Like, I don't need to give her a lip piercing as well. She's good. She's good. Which was a good call on my part because during the creation or during the coloring, there are multiple steps of those pages. So like coloring, adding in, you know, adding in the text later and everything, I noticed definitely more than once where I left off a piercing or two. Um, so there are definitely a few moments of, oh, she should have an like I didn't miss any of the eyebrow piercings, I don't think, but I did almost with an uncanny regularity forget one of the like three piercings that she had on the top of one ear, and also forgot the I forgot her nose piercing a few times. Uh, and the nose piercing was really funny to me because I the time that I forgot it, I didn't notice that I had forgotten to like I made it all the way through coloring the pages and everything, and I was putting in dialogue when I went from one panel, and it was the difference of a panel. Like I had drawn it previously, so I don't know why I forgot it later on that same page, but it was definitely missing. It was not where it should have been in her nose. Um, so yeah, I had to make that adjustment in Photoshop. Um, which is fine. Because mistakes happen, and let's be honest, I I am a one woman production crew. I sketch, I write, sketch, draw, ink, color, everything. I do everything. I am that meme where people are like, it's like, oh, come meet all the faces behind our small business. Here's marketing and the creative development and everything else to like the full house music, and it's just the same person turning around each time. That's me. I i i say we, like, we're so thankful for, like, your support, and we couldn't do this without you. I'm the we. It's basically the royal we at this point, because it's me. it it's all me. um so oop, that wasn't supposed to have color in it. So yeah, so when there are moments where like stuff goes slightly awry, um as is bound to happen, my favorite moment of this was last year. I designed a sticker, um kind of in the same theme as some of my other stickers. It was one of my D&D, it was one of my D20 stickers. um so I have an enamel pin that says "Thanks, I hate it," and it's a one. It's a D20 with a one, and I have a sticker that has a one as well that says "Crit happens," and it's, on fire. Um, and yeah, I like that kind of theme, and so I decided, well, I've got a D20 sticker that's like negative stuff, and I have, positive D20 stuff. Let's go for one that's like kind of in the middle of the road, you know, where like it's not terrible, but it's also, could be better, could be worse. So, like this is fine. And so I did a D20 that is that's on a 10. And the same theme as the other ones. So, flowers, scroll work, very reminiscent of tattoo art. Um, and Uh, it was supposed to say good enough. Um, because that's the general feeling. Like this isn't what I wanted, but it works. It's good enough. Like I'm not mad. I did not realize until like I was so proud of myself. I got everything. I got it done soon enough. I'm gonna get it in time for a convention. I was gonna have them at the show. It was gonna be great. It's gonna be wonderful. It's perfect. 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 Left it a little later than I probably should have, but I missed I missed the rest of this panel. Uh, left it a little later than I should have, but you know, in the grand scheme of things, it's fine because, you know, I was gonna get them in, everything was gonna be golden. I got the stickers in, I unpacked them, I was super excited, only to realize that I had misspelled enough. Uh, I had spelled it without the U. And I had not caught it before I had, you know, sent them off to be printed and made and, you know, obviously paid for them and everything. And they had arrived with this glaring typo in front of me. And so I panicked a bit. And then I was like, no, 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 no. This is cool. This is cool. It's still salvageable. It's fine. Um, I will fix it. I will I will resubmit an order. I can't even complain, like, I can't complain to them because this was my issue. Um, so I'll just resubmit the order. I'll get, uh, I'll pay a little extra for shipping. This is my punishment for not noticing. Like, this is the consequence of my known actions. Um, so, you know, I'll get that sorted. It'll be great. It'll be fine. And they should arrive, if I'm lucky, right before I'm supposed to leave for the show. Like the day before. Um, or like the day we're supposed to be pulling out of the driveway. So I got super lucky. They arrived before we were supposed to leave. Um, but somehow, even though I had double and triple and quadruple checked the second order that I had sent out, I received the new batch of them, and somehow they were still the ones with the typo. um, so good enough still was misspelled. So now I had a double batch of these stickers, um, with this very obvious misspelling on them. And I was just like, you know what? You know what? We're gonna roll with it. We're gonna roll with it. I don't care. I don't care. I put a little disclaimer on my website when I put them up for sale. I was that says that the spelling mistake was intentional. And my favorite part is if anybody has noticed at a show, um, they have been kind enough not to say anything. Um, I do know that some people haven't noticed at all because I've pointed it out to them, and they've gotten a good laugh at it, and they were just like, "Oh wow, like I didn't even oops, I didn't even notice that you had misspelled this thing." And I was just like, "Yep, it was totally intentional, 100% intentional. Um, I swear." um, but yeah, so you know, some uh, like that was one of those moments where I was mad for about like half a second, and then I was just like, you gotta laugh at it because the alternative is sitting there crying about it. And I remember, I'm pretty sure I shared it with like my family, and I was just like, I can't believe I did this. Um, I misspelled enough, and it wasn't even one of those situations where like you've been playing with the word so long in like a font that like it doesn't even look like it's spelled right, because I've had those moments before. I was designing when I was designing one of my enamel pins, the Good Hair one, actually, I spent so many times going through trying to find a font that I liked that after about 30 minutes, I was suddenly convinced that I didn't know how to spell the word good anymore. Um, and had to, you know, re, like reinforce for myself that it was a four-letter word with two O's in it. And that's how it's spelled. It looked, yes, that is correct. Because for a hot second my brain did not believe me. It was like, no, we've we've hecked up, and we've hecked up seriously. Um but yeah, no, it wasn't it I couldn't even blame it on that. It was just 100% like somehow I completely missed that spelling error. And my family was kind enough to point out to me that it's just like, but I mean, you're doing everything. You know, again, I'm a one woman production crew, so, and to add to that, I've been doing this uh gestures wildly, and you guys can't see. Uh, but I've been doing, this whole art thing, independent artists, freelance illustration, all of this stuff. Um, I started uh in 2017. Um, and while I've had support of friends and family, as I've gone on this journey, um, still when it comes down to it, like I'm still the one who's responsible for everything. Um, and in all that time, I have managed to, you know, catch spelling errors and catch mistakes before, you know, before they make it out to print and stuff. So in after, let's see, like, what was it? That last year would have been 6 years, I think. Is that how math works? Um, but yeah, like, in all that time, I managed to only have one instance of spelling errors. Yeah, like, and over the course of 6 years, it finally in the sixth year, a spelling error slipped through and made it all the way to, like, to back to me before I realized that I had made it uh-oh. And I feel like that's a pretty good track record. uh that's a pretty good yeah, that's a pretty good like track record to have. It's like, oh, yeah. So yeah. So those are the things I try and keep in mind. So that, like, I'm I'm doing this all I'm doing this myself. I don't uh as much as I joke about, the cats being my I've jokingly told my husband that I'm going to take pictures of our pets, and I'm going to I'm going to get a little board set up in my office. I've been meaning to do that for a while. I am going to do it. But just a little board that I'm going to put up in my office. It's like, the whole like employee of the month thing, and just switch between the now three pets and myself, um, regularly, because it is just me. There's no one else. And then sometimes, occasionally, like I said, I'll enlist the hubs. It's like, I need you to proofread this. Um, definitely before, definitely before I sent Hate Volume 1 off to print, I was like, I if you got a minute, I would really appreciate it if you read through this just to make sure that there aren't any egregious or like obvious spelling errors that I uh I should have caught that I have not. Um, would really appreciate a once over if you don't mind. And he did. So, perks of marrying an English teacher. Yeah, like I I don't like the whole girl boss kind of thing. Not really that, but you know, definitely. I'm the CEO, the intern, the employee, the manager. So it's just one of those things that you just gotta remember. And go easy on myself. I'm doing a great job. Speaking of which, I'm going to get up and I'm going to stretch right now. It hasn't exactly, I think, been a full hour since my last stretch, but that's fine. I'm not going to go anywhere, but I am going to stretch. I almost kick over my water bottle again. I'd say that's the reason why I'm not allowed to have beverages in the office without a lid on them. Because I'm scared I'm going to knock something over onto electronic. That is not at all why that is the case. That came to be many years ago. When I finally did the thing that all artists do and accidentally cleaned off my paintbrush in my drink cup in my ice water. And so to keep that from ever happening again, any beverage that I'm drinking in the office 9 times out of 10 has some sort of lid on it because I can't stick my brush in it if it has a lid on it. And the funniest thing about that is that I as some of my friends can probably attest, I'm one of those people who likes to drink out of mason jars from time to time. And so you would think that that's how this snafu happened. That I had 2 mason jars on my desk, one with ice water in it and one with, you know, dirty paint water in it. And so obviously, out of the corner of my eye, they both look the same. That's how my paintbrush ended up in my drink water. Nope. I was drinking out of a normal mug. And my paint water was in an old pickle jar. And they weren't even that close together either. So nope. It just happened. And the extra funny part about it was that I remember just sort of like swizzling my paintbrush around in the cup. I wasn't even looking. And then I was just like, what am I hitting? Like, why is there resistance? What is my brush pushing up against? I didn't leave one of my other brushes in the jar. That's bad. And then it's like it's hitting. Oh yeah, it's hitting ice. That's what it's hitting because it's in my drink cup. I have I have polluted my paint water, my drinking water with paint. I haven't drank paint water though. I have not drank paint water. I don't think that that's happened. I have not. Hold on. I'm gonna make some noise as I scoot my chair closer. as my stretch break ends. I haven't drank paint water, so I have not had that experience before. Um, I see now it has me wondering how toxic it would actually be because I usually when I paint with either I paint uh I paint primarily with watercolors when I paint traditionally, but I also have painted with acrylic, um, and acrylic ink. So maybe not the best. Definitely not the levels of toxicity that oil painting would be because yeah, no, all of the I have never been interested in oil painting. It's just not a medium that I've ever had interest in. So like never have to worry about that. You know, like, oh no, I've consumed a bit of carmine red. Goodbye. Um, yeah, no, I have thankfully never drank paint water. Um, I what other potentially not great artist things? I I have as a not as a this is a good thing, good habit to have gotten into. Um, I am really good at I retrained my brain not to grab for things as they roll off my desk. Um, depending on what project that I'm doing. Uh, that which is something that started in college. I had a professor share with us the horror story of a young woman who stabbed herself in the leg, uh, trying to like close her legs to catch something that and she thought it was her pencil that was rolling off the table. Um, it was not. It was her X-Acto knife, and she promptly stabbed herself in the leg. And was fine afterwards. It obviously didn't hit anything important, but it's just like, you know what? That could have just rolled. Let it hit the floor. Let it hit the floor. The worst thing that'll happen if it's your pencil and it hits the floor is that your pencil will break. And while that's sad, you know, it's not risking potentially stabbing yourself in your femoral artery um, with something, very pointy. Uh, so I've gotten very good at if something is, rolling off my desk and I've been working with, say, like my X-Acto blade or what have you, is just my immediate action is to throw my hands up in the air to keep myself from grabbing at it um, so that I don't accidentally stab myself. See, I have yeah, I think I think accidentally cleaning my brush and my paint water has been the one stereotypical like quote unquote bad artist thing that I have air quotes bad artist thing that I've done. I think that's a pretty fair record. Oh, I mean, done as in done to myself. I've accidentally spilled a bottle of ink all over something I was working on before. Um, that was a moment. I think that was the year I first decided that I was going to try Inktober, and I had set up like all my little bits and bobs, and I was ready to go. And I think it was on like, was it day two? It was early enough. It was early enough where I had like, where I was just like, I could just quit now and just never, never. we'll never speak of this again. Um, but like I wasn't in there long enough where like it wasn't far enough into Inktober where I could trick myself to continue with like the sunk cost fallacy. It's like, oh, we've made it this far, we might as well keep going. Like, no, no, no. It was still early enough in the game. Um, but I remember I was sitting there and I had my bottle of ink out and I don't even remember if like I don't remember how it happened. I just know that it did. I just remember witnessing like the bottle tipping and me not processing it fast enough to like try and grab at the bottle to right it before it could tip over. And I was using watercolor paper. Um, so like the second that ink hit the watercolor paper, like it absorbed. It went straight. It just it sucked all of that ink right into the paper. All over the thing that I had already inked. It had partially colored because I was going back in to do another part and with the ink in it, it just yeah, it just sank into everything. Um Around then I snapped it. Like you know, one of those like I came to my senses. And you know, like jumped up and got paper towels. Um I I have like a art board I was working on and I just sat that in the tub so that the rest of the ink could just absorb into that um without potentially like getting all over my desk. What had gotten on my desk, I was furiously cleaning up so that it wouldn't stain, and I was really hoping it hadn't gotten on my carpet. um, I forgot whose face color I stole. I stole his face color. Okay, that's fair. I've been coloring his face first most of these pages, but yeah, like but yeah, I remember I jumped up and I threw the artboard in the bathtub because that made the most sense at the time. And, uh, you know, ran, got a paper towel, got some cleaner, uh, you know, wiped down my desk, made sure that like it hadn't gotten on the carpet, hadn't gotten on my chair. Uh, Eventually checked to make sure it hadn't gotten on my clothes. As you can see, they were my last thought. Uh, you know, just cleaned up everything, and then I remember sitting down at my desk and just being like, you know, I could just not continue this, and no one would blame me. Like, no one would blame me if I just didn't do this anymore after that. They'd be like, oh no, like, I would have thrown that in the yard and set it on fire. Like, no one would blame me. Um, Instead, I think what I did was because I was still mad about the situation. I went and made myself dinner and calmed down a bit more. And then yeah, once I was calm, uh went back upstairs, sat back down at my desk and was like, okay, let's take one of these backup images that I made and let's try this again. And yeah, obviously the second time was far more successful because I didn't spill ink all over it. uh I still actually have the bottle of ink that I used because you know, ink you can if you're smart with it, it can go a long way. Um and Yeah, and also I had started to transition to more digital stuff around that same time. It's just I really wanted to do that traditionally with ink and actually give it a try and do some experimentation um, and whatnot. And yeah. Oh, Inky gave me a shout out. Hello. Well, I appreciate that. Thanks so much. Um, but yeah, I still have that bottle of ink. Um, Also, you'd be surprised how far a bottle of Liquitex ink, like the ink jars can go, because I have another one that I bought at the same time that I didn't spill all over everything. Um, and it's still mostly full. Um, and I think, let's see, the first time I did Inktober, I think that was 2016. Um, yeah, I think it was around 2016. I could probably check, because those drawings are all over my Instagram. But yeah, it was either 2016, 2017, somewhere around in there. Um, and I was just like, yeah, I'm gonna, I'm not gonna let this stop me. I'm gonna keep going. But I was very close. Uh, I was very close that day to just being like, no, I'm not doing this anymore. Forget this challenge. Who needs it? Nobody's gonna care if I don't finish. Um, but that just made me even prouder of actually finishing. And I did uh I did end up eventually throwing away I pretty sure I threw it away. I haven't seen it in any of my art stuff recently because it just, like, not to say that it like just kept making me upset every time that I looked at it, but it was just one of those moments where I was just like, I don't even know what to do with you. Um I don't know what to do with you. Uh Painting what is covered in half a jar of Liquitex ink. I don't know what to do with you. Um and so I do think I ended up tossing it uh because I was just kind of tired of it was mocking me. Uh, definitely Telltale Heart vibes. Where it's just like it was in a drawer and I knew it was in there, and I knew that whenever I opened that drawer, it was gonna be sitting there staring at me like, you spilled ink all over me. Remember what you did. Um so needless to say, I suppose that's one of those lessons of like, sometimes you just gotta go make yourself dinner. And then just come back and things will be better. Go make yourself a dinner, and then come back to it. But yeah, I remember not being I remember being so mad. And it wasn't even like just straight up anger. I think it was just simple disappointment because it's like, no, like I worked really hard on that, and I was really proud of the way that it was going. And then my clumsy meaty hands just knocked it over. uh, but that's okay. Because everybody makes mistakes. Everybody stuff. I do remember. I'm pretty sure my mom tried to convince me to make something out of the spilled art piece. Um, and while I understood where she was coming from, no, that did not happen. I was not interested in trying to remake it into something else. Because the original intent for it was uh, it was ruined. It was ruined. No, it just I would have rather completely started over at that point than trying to like hammer that image into something uh I felt it wasn't supposed to be. So yeah, that didn't happen. But yeah, no. If I look through my stuff and I realize that I still have it, I don't know why I would, but like if I look through my stuff and I realize that I still have it, I'll post it online. I promise. You have my word. I feel no shame in posting stuff like that. I have I have posted very old sketchbook pages on my Instagram as well. Um, because everybody starts somewhere. And uh kind of the thing that I've told people, um, when I've met them at conventions, and they're just like, it's the same sort of thing. Where it's like, oh well, I wish. Why is that doing that? Oh, that's weird. I might have to go change that texture because I don't like that it's doing that. But yeah, it's like everybody starts somewhere. Um, Not everybody. My earliest drawings did not look like this. Um, my earliest drawings of myself were nothing like the avatar you see bouncing before you. Um, Everybody starts somewhere, and you know, with lots of practice and learning what you like is how you get to the point where myself and a lot of other artists are at. Because like there was definitely a point where like I've always drawn comics. I know how cliche that sounds, but I wish I could find some of them. But I used to, in spiral notebooks when I was little, I would draw like short little comics, or like redraw Calvin and Hobbes stuff, or like Peanuts type stuff where it's like two characters in a panel. Very Saturday morning strip comic or Sunday strip comics, Garfield kind of stuff like that. And um they weren't very good. Like I can be completely honest, like they were not like, oh my god, this child is a prodigy. Like no, they weren't great, but that's fine because at that time that didn't matter to me. I just wanted to draw them. And yeah, like I've been drawing comics and stuff for ages, and I've always wanted to like write and tell my own stories and stuff like that. But there was definitely a point in time where I did not think that I drew um I I didn't like how I drew men. I am like when it comes to art, I am very I'm very upfront. I am predominantly self-taught. Like I would say about, if I'm being generous, 80 to maybe about 90% of my drawing knowledge, if not more. Actually, I'd probably say about closer to 95% of my drawing knowledge and stuff came from being self-taught and kind of brute forcing my way um, into things uh, because I enjoyed drawing. And then, got to college, changed my major, uh, pursued graphic design, and then that was with that uh, education path change. That was when I had like my first official like actual structured art classes outside of like the ones that you have in like grade school where they're trying to teach you color theory and all this other stuff, but they're teaching it to you at like a level like baby's first color theory class, uh stuff like that. um and then after that it's kind of hard to, after elementary school it's kind of hard to get into, um or at least for me, I found it hard to get into other art classes. I even went as far as to approach the art teacher in my high school and basically did like an interview with her. Like I walked up to her, I had a portfolio, and I was just like, please help, I want to take art, but I don't know what to do. Assist me. And she looked over my stuff and was just like, okay, well, if you can get into if you get into an art one class and you can figure that out, I'm just gonna give you harder work because you're past where most kids, most of your peers would be if they took art one. Um, so I'll just give you harder work. But yeah, just get into one of my art one classes. And unfortunately, because of scheduling and a bunch of other stuff, and I mean, I didn't have the greatest relationship with my guidance counselor in high school. I I feel like that woman did not need to be. She should have been something else. She shouldn't have been a guidance counselor. Um, but she was basically like, "Oh yeah, no, like we can't find. There's just no way with like the remaining credits that you need. That like, there's no way that we can schedule you for an art one class." Um, I honestly don't think she really looked that hard. Um, because uh the year that I would have taken it was my senior year, if I remember right. So like this is how long it took me. Like I've been trying desperately up to that point to get into an art class. Um and I had like openings that I needed to fill for senior year because they had changed how they did scheduling, and so I had these open spaces that I needed to fill, and I was very determined to fill one with an art class. Clearly did not work, and so trying to make the best out of a situation that I wasn't too pleased with, I was like, okay, um, if I can't get into an art class, then I'll need to take something else, obviously, because I can't just not be here. I didn't have a car, so it's not like I could leave campus and all that other stuff. Um, but yeah, the reason why I say I don't think she really looked or really like bothered to investigate what options were available to me very hard was because she was like, "Oh, well, there's this creative writing class. That's an elective that you can take." And I was actually excited about it because again, I like drawing, I like writing. This creative writing class, that sounds like fun. I'm down for that. And the next words out of her mouth after I showed even just like a bit of excitement was just like, yeah, and it's an easy A. And then like she just had this look like, oops, I probably shouldn't have made that comment in front of the student. And like just gave my parents a look, and it's like like I needed the easy A. is essentially what she was implying. And it's like, uh, not to be that person, but it's like, ma'am, you clearly, like, it's kind of clear that you have no idea who I am as a student, because you'd know that I don't, like, I'm not trying to take art because I want an easy letter grade, and I don't want to take this creative writing class because of an easy letter grade. You can look at my GPA. Uh, I didn't need an easy class. I just, I needed something to fill the slot, and um, to to kind of put into perspective how much of like a weird little overachiever I was willing to take Latin. uh, for that needed spot, I was like, I can just take Latin, like it's fine. And my mom put the kibosh on that real quick. She was like, "Oh no, that that will mess up your GPA if you do not." uh, and you've got good numbers going for you. We're Latin is a no, but anything else, please. Um, so yeah, my little I can do it. I can do anything. Brain was just chomping at the bit for a challenge. It was just like, yeah, I'll do Latin. And my mother understandably was like, haha, no. um, but yeah, so I ended up taking creative writing. I loved it. Of course I did. Um, and it helped me improve my writing skills, but it helped me gain better writing skills. Um, I feel. But like, yeah, I didn't end up taking actual art classes until I got to college after I had changed my major. Um, and, you know, kind of felt a bit behind of my peers in my class because a lot of them were coming in knowing what they wanted to do. And I was in a position where I had no idea what I wanted to do. Um, and so I was just trying to do my best. And uh, basically walked into every class and told my professors, I was like, I have not taken a formal art class since elementary school. I'm self taught. I'm going to probably ask you 1,000 questions, and I ask that you be patient with me because everyone else probably knows these answers, and I have no idea what I'm doing. And I guess because of just my straightforward candidness, they were like, "Oh, okay, yeah, no, I can work with this." Um, and stuff, and so like, yeah, like um but yeah, everybody starts somewhere. And so like I I'm not gonna lie, I have moments where I look back at some of my old art and I do cringe a little, ever so slightly. And it's not because I'm embarrassed, because I realize that it is the best that I could do at that time. um and I'm so proud of myself for being able to do what I was capable of doing at that time. um But it's also they're like, I'm not gonna lie. There are some moments where I'm just like, oh no. Oh, like that, oh, that could have, okay. Like we were learning. We were learning. Um but boy were we learning. So, yeah, everybody starts somewhere. Nobody jumps out of the gate pencil in hand already knowing what they're doing. Um so keep keep that in mind. All right, doing a little stretch. Ooh, okay. Do, do, do. I don't want to do backgrounds for these ones because I don't want to. I don't think I drew them in the past. So sometimes when I do thumbnails, I will have in mind what kind of like background I want to do for some of them. Sometimes I'll just zoom out and see how some of them look because I feel like sometimes you need something going on in there and sometimes you don't. And I'm trying to decide if I want to do anything. I forgot to color his earring. Nope, change the brush. Haha, caught that before. Caught that before I did the wrong thing all over. There we go. Do I want to do that color? Do I wanna do? Yes, I do. I have decided. I do. Blip. Nope. Why? How about now? There we go. You know what? I bet if I did that, that would be faster. It is. That is the technical term. That is the sound that you have to make when you do stuff like that. I don't make the rules. I do think, however, I want to hit that with the airbrushing. Just to soften that line just a little bit. Okay. And just to soften that up just a smidge. Just a smidge. no, we're not gonna, because I didn't do the thing. There we go. And again. Boop, 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 boop. Do cheating. Think. I only just realized what time it was. It's almost 4 o'clock. Eat, eat, eat. Sorry, doing a little social media break. Doing a little quick stretch. Doop, doop, doop. Shading, 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 shading. Mm. There you go. I hate that. Switch it back to this one. That's better. Mm. Keep realizing that the reason why time, like I'm looking at the clock and time keeps throwing me off, is because I will also look uh at the display to see how long I've been streaming, and the numbers are very similar, but they're off by one. So it looks like it's actually almost uh 250 instead of, just after 350. So every so often my brain's like, wait, what? How can this be? Oh, I missed part of his sleeve. I should fix that. There we go. Nope. Just gonna, there we go. Got everything else right. And then I think, yeah, over here, there we go. Didn't fully fill in this. Fixing that eye. I noticed that and I was like, I'll go back and fix that later. Nope. smaller. That's fine. Alright, I'm gonna pause real quick. I'm gonna. I know I just did like oh, I'm doing a quick break and blah 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 blah. I'm gonna do another quick break, because it is time for me to go feed the animals. So I'm gonna do a quick stretch break. I'm gonna be right back. That is not the screen that I wanted up. That is the one that I want. All right, I will be right back. I'm gonna go feed the animals. I shall return. Yes. I have heard people refer to that. I'm back. I also stretched while I was done. I should probably plug in my iPad. Now that I think about it. I don't know how much battery life it has left currently. Not that it. Oh, okay, it's at 50%. It's not. Well, 51%. It's not as bad as I thought it was going to be. I was like, I've been doing stuff for a while. I should probably check and see what that battery looking like. We'll take that down. And then, of course, gotta. Oh. Uh-oh. Oh. Hit the wrong button. There it is. Like, you want to cast to the TV? Absolutely not. I'd really rather not. I'm sure it's possible. I don't want to. That will not help me in the leastest bit. At all. All right. Ooh, excuse me. I was yawning there. I don't know if you could tell or not. I think I would like. The cats are having zoomies, as is their prerogative. Post dinner zooms. I'm gonna. Come in here. Smaller brush. Just fill this in just a little bit. Nope. Nope. Let's have a look. I like. Yeah, I want to hit this with airbrush. Boo. Okay. I just want to make that a little softer. I feel. Maybe I'll make that a little smaller. Actually, here's a crazy thought. We're gonna grab this gray and we're gonna make it just a bit lighter, just to make it a little softer, a little more atmospheric. There we go. So it doesn't seem so gloomy. So gloomy. Maybe that one. Okay, that's a little too light. We're makes it so light it disappears. Okay. Let's turn you back to the 0. That's what I want. And I need you on that layer real quick. I do kind of want to clean this up a bit more. There we go. Alright, that's better. That's better. Boop. Alright. Not that it's gonna happen, but let's hope that, say, you know, I don't know, this time whenever I do decide to stop. Um, I don't know. Originally, I was like, maybe I'll just go to 5, but then that's only giving me about like another 30 minutes on here. Um, Obviously, I would like to stop for dinner, before dinner. I gotta go make some more rice. We're out of leftover rice. Oh, that's gonna bother me. I need to. I think that was one of those things that I realized after I inked it. It's like, oh no, his arm needs to. This way. That line needs to go more that way. I think. Actually, probably split the difference kind of like down in the center a bit more. That, and then maybe like one of those. Otherwise, like, it's a cramped space, unfortunately. Because otherwise we run the risk of it looking like he broke his arm. Like he contorted his arm to comfort our very I was gonna say distraught, but he's not distraught yet. um our very worried friend, our very worried character, let's put it that way. Like I want to talk more about it, but I don't want to spoil it for anybody who does want to read it on their own. Like, well, I say that like I'm not hoping that you guys won't read it at all. Like, but yeah, that's one of the advantages of uh of um creating things is I get to create stories, and hopefully stories that people will enjoy and that they will read and have fun with. I'm not 100% sure where this train of thought was going because I got distracted by zooming in and trying to figure out something. But yeah, obviously I know everything that's going to happen. And I would like to share that with you, but I want you guys to be able to read it and enjoy it yourselves, and I can't do that. Or, well, you can't do that if I tell you all the things that are. I ruin stuff for you. I mean, I guess you still could. Nothing saying that you can't enjoy it. You know, spoilers and all, but. I feel like it wouldn't be terribly enjoyable if a person came on and was like, I'm gonna tell you everything that happens in my story. Sorry, my train of thought is a bit higgledy piggledy at the moment. I went downstairs to feed animals, and you know, sometimes uh somewhere between going down the stairs and coming back up the stairs, my brain was just like, I think that's partially because feeding the animals is usually the cue that like my workday is over. Um so it's usually like, yeah, you don't have to think about anything anymore. You don't have to worry about making coherent, like complete and coherent sentences and making sense anymore. You can just go lie on the couch and listen to music for half an hour and just sort of let your brain stop because you've done enough. But I would like to do just a little bit more before not throwing the towel. That is not the attitude that I have with it right now. But just before I stop for the day, before I clock out, I guess. And this is also one of the advantages of working digitally, is that I can come back, or like coming in and cleaning up stuff digitally, is that when I draw teeny teeny tiny stuff like this by hand, I can come back and just sort of tweak it ever so slightly here and there. Um, so that it looks a little neater and nicer than it might have otherwise. I just realized I forgot to add something in here. And you know, nothing too wild or anything either because I'm on the wrong layer. Because uh I like the attitude that drawing that tiny and that simplistic kind of gives it. Like you still get the same mood and overall feeling. Like emotions are still expressed the way that you want them to be and everything. Um there we go. You just uh you just see it on a smaller, more simplified scale, and I like that. I mean, I grew up reading manga, um, and Western comics too. I got a healthy dose of both, but um, definitely a lot of hours were spent lovingly poring over and over the same manga when I could get my hands on them, when I could buy them for myself, so on and so forth, or check them out from the library or borrow them from friends. Um, and I like how sometimes in those uh, you get some really kind of like you still get to have like that intense um, you still get to have like a lot of emotion conveyed, even though it's in a very, very cramped and very tiny space. Um, I think it's also where I get a lot of my uh, how I portray humor sometimes. One of the things that I love doing in my comics, if you haven't noticed from all of the pages that you've seen so far, I love expressions. I think it's something that I've also mentioned when I've talked not Twitter so much anymore because uh, we don't need to talk about Twitter. Uh, but I'm sure I've mentioned it on Blue Sky or like on other things where I've just been like, I really like having moments where, as the reader, you get to, you know, as someone who's now creating the scenes that people are reading and enjoying, I love sitting with characters as their expression changes. It's something that I've done in Haint quite a few times to just sort of um, get a chance to explore the personality of, say a different character, the different characters. Um, in the scene that I'm drawing, where you know there's a quiet moment, like there's no dialogue happening, but you get to sit and just sort of watch over the span of like a few panels. Their expression changes. They're either like coming to some sort of realization, or they're potentially progressively getting angrier, um, or frustrated, or what have you. Like you get to sit with that emotion and watch them sit with that emotion, and it's something that um that slow sort of burn that you get uh with comics and with illustration that you don't get with other stuff. And I like my characters. I like my characters being expressive. I like being able to see. Um, I like to be able to see that I'm putting them through something. If that uh is any indication of what I like to do. Um, of how I treat the characters that I create in my stories. They they definitely I definitely put them through their paces. Um, and I enjoy every last minute of it. The characters themselves might not, but I certainly do. Um, but yeah, I like drawing expressions. I like uh everything from the super serious kind of, like we're dealing with serious emotions, to the sort of blank stare, and stuff. And I like how sometimes that, how you can express those things um, without having to super render that expression on someone's face. Um, like kind of the very dry, like what some characters might do if they're presented with information that they probably didn't want to hear. um and how you don't have to super render their face to see that, like, they're displeased or they're annoyed or they're frustrated. Like you just sit there and make a simple face, and then just put two little dots for their eyes and just two straight lines. Like like we've all seen the face. I will do a darker color so that it actually shows up, but like we've all experienced an expression like that where it's just like no. And then of course, depending on like what mouth you put underneath it, um like changes it, obviously. Like it, and so yeah, like ex- ex- experimenting with emotions and with feelings and stuff like that. Like I love getting a chance to render that in a bunch of different ways. um and it's just one more thing that I enjoy about the comics making process, the storytelling process. I mean, that's also probably, I was gonna say that same sort of enjoyment is also probably heavily influenced by anime, which is another thing that I love and enjoy. I love and enjoy. I can words. Um, because they have. I mean, now anime is so huge, but like just a wide catalog of different expressions from like all of the different shows that I watched growing up and still watch now. Like have definitely I've definitely influenced again how I create humor or just express emotion in general uh in my comics when I draw. So, all those little things all come into play. Add to the add to the overall. I don't know. About 20 minutes ago, I probably could have made a very eloquent statement, follow-up statement with that. Right now, that's not happening. Not happening. I I might make it to 5 o'clock. Let's be honest. I I'm not. It's not that I'm running out of things that I could potentially talk about. It's just I as I feel like most people who stream would understand, I find it a lot easier, obviously, to like banter and think of things to come up with when there are more people here. When it's just me talking to myself, I can think of things. I can think of subject matter. Um, but then you get a lot of awkward pauses. I'm very clearly out of practice. Um, because I would be like, oh well, I'll just pick this topic and I'll talk about this. Share this. Share information about that. And as discussed in the previous stream, it has been a hot minute since I've had to think or talk about any of this or speak in this sort of situation. So I'm out of practice. I'm not used to being on in this way. That's fine. It's fine. It is a. I'm sure it is like riding a bike. I'm sure once I get used to it, I'll get back in the saddle, and it'll all come back to me, and I'll be good. Or if not, like we'll just continue with awkward rambling until someone gets tired of hearing me talk, or I figure out like the I guess, or the alternative is I fix the music situation and then you guys just get to hear cool music and I don't have to worry about saying anything. uh, and I know there is a fix. I know it was in chat. It's probably actually still there, uh, loosely or something because of the chat bubbles that I'm using. But like, I know that there is a way to do music through here that is independent of everything else. Um, because I had it set up like that previously when I had streamed before. But again, it has been an age since the last time I have done any sort of streaming shenanigans, and so obviously uh, I have forgotten how I had things set up and prepped and ready to go. And that's fine. So it'll take. I wasn't expecting to come back and everything just be like, oh, this is how it was. Nah, it's gonna take like a minute or two to get back into a comfortable groove of everything. So just hang in there, and I'm sure once we I'm sure we'll get it sorted out. And these few, like the first few streams, I'm pretty sure are gonna be bumpy and kind of weird. But then after that, uh, pretty confident that things are gonna be fine. An awkward moment where he is in pants, but you have not colored him in pants. Full time. That is basically the same gray. That doesn't matter. I only get to see him in pants once on this page. Which is perfectly fine. I'm gonna give you dark boots though. So, oop. Yeah. Then this color. Maybe. I may change Okay, they're not that bad. I was gonna say they might make his feet look really big just because of how tiny everything else is, and they're very dark. But no, it's fine. Everything looks fine. It's fine. It's fine. No one's gonna notice except me. Everything is awesome. What could possibly go wrong? What could possibly go wrong? I like how earlier I was like, I rarely put him in dark tops. I don't really want him to be in dark tops. I think when I was lining this, I wanted this to be a dark top. But I'm on a different layer, right? Yeah, okay. I don't know how dark I want it to be. Now becomes a question, because then all the other detail, even though darker, will be lost like that. Oh, that's funny. That looks like a little sailor shirt. It's not, but that is very reminiscent of like just a little, like I plunked him in a little sailor shirt. That is the same gray. That is a different gray. Okay, yeah, no. If I'm gonna do that, then the whole His whole shirt needs to be... His whole shirt needs to be the same color. I... There we go. That's better. Like, I have nothing against sailor shirts. However, I won't be able to see his shirt any other way if I don't, if it's not all one color. I know myself too well. I don't know. Is that really that much darker? I think it just looks darker on my screen. I think that's the thing that I'm having. Is that it's not actually that bad. It just looks it looks darker on my iPad, but as I look at like everything else like on my computer screen, it does not feel that dark. So all right, I think we're gonna go with that color. We're not gonna do the two-tone mess because yeah, I don't, he's not wearing a sailor shirt. That's that's not what we're doing here. Um oh, that's really close to the value for her skin tone. And I don't want that. Let's go lighter. Maybe a bit more lighter. Boop. Like that. And then... Okay, that's... Oh god, are we gonna run into the same problem again? Where I'm gonna be sitting here going, that's too dark, that's too late, let's not do that. That needs to be a little bit darker. No! I mean, that works. It's not what I wanted that to do, but it works. I will accept it. Actually, I won't because I want that to be a little lighter. Because it's already kind of in shadow, so I don't want everything to be so oppressively dark. But I also don't want it to be the same shade as, like a similar shade as her skin tone. Um, because then that's just gonna read weird. Okay. Okay, so the skirt can be that color, and then I will just recolor the sash a bit darker. That's really close to her skin tone. Not that shade. I think that'll work. And then if not, I can always come back and change it later. Okay, I mean, normally I'd want to finish up this page before I stop, but I think we made pretty decent progress considering how everything started. What with having to redo that one whole last page because of weird technical issues that I'm not 100% sure what the deal was about that. Like, still not sure why it saved like that, but you know, it was an easy fix. Oh, I'm gonna have to go back to this page to get this color for this wall. Okay. But yeah, I think I'm gonna stop there for today. And then potentially pick back up tomorrow. I don't know. I have to see how far I can get on another project, and also how, if I have any follow-ups on another project that I'm working on. I'm busy. Uh, so we'll see how things go. Like I said, I'm just trying to get back into the groove of everything with streaming and whatnot. So there is no 100% guarantee of any sort of schedule right now. It's really just when I can be bothered to sit down and set everything up. Well, get everything situated and ready to go. Um, but yeah, so today wasn't a bad day. I might do some more post lunch ones, or if, like I said, if I get one of the projects that I need to get done, um, get it put together and sent out, then that'll be fine and that'll free up some time, obviously. And then the other one is an ongoing contract tab, so we'll see how that pans out. But in the interim, I think that's good for today. Like I said, so thank you for coming by. Thank you for hanging out. As I've said before, I'll get my little Discord buddy out of the way. These are all the different places that you can find me right now. I'm probably going to update this again because there's stuff on it there's not stuff on it that exists now, like the YouTube channel that I said that I have, where I will be uploading all streams after I've recorded them, after I'm done streaming. They'll all be going over to the YouTube channel, and it's Art by QB everywhere. So I'm on Instagram, Facebook, Blue Sky. The Kidney Bean is Patreon. I have my own website, which is artbyqb.com. You can read my webcomic Hate for free at hatecomic.com. You can read it ahead as I finish the pages and everything. As I finish pages early, you can read it on my Patreon there if you subscribe to the $6 tier. But you'll also get all of the short comic pages and any other comic projects that I'm working on that I haven't released or shared anywhere else, if you subscribe to that tier as well. All right, I think that's it. And thank you guys again for coming and hanging out. And hopefully see you guys soon.